And this is day 5 of working on our Thanos painting. I think it's looking pretty freaking cool. I'm really happy with it. Yesterday we got the armor started to get like some of those metallic reflections. I really like this area right here. Looks very shiny and metallic. Now I think today we're gonna start weathering it up a bit. We did a little bit up here in this area where we added some like reflections and darker parts, just giving it some texture. Whereas this looks very smooth and shiny down here. I wanna start adding some more like battle damage to it, so just some scrapes and some scuffs, just making the texture look a bit less smooth and shiny and more like battle damaged and like he's been fighting. So yeah, let's get to it. I think I'll use big old flat brush. Paint thinner out. Probably use a decent amount of paint thinner for this step today. So we've got all the solid colors in there. Now we just need to kind of start adding glazes over the top of stuff again, getting it looking a bit more beat up. And all right, let's see. What do we need? Let's look at the little, we'll send the liquid out. This is just a little mixing medium. It's a fast drying medium. That's what allows me to work on this day after day instead of having to wait like a week in between if I was using like linseed oil or something like that. I tried that for the first time with my other painting I'm working on right now, and yeah, I don't really see the benefit. I know linseed oil is very popular amongst a lot of artists, but I don't get the hype personally. Seems to just slow down the drying time, and yeah, it thins down the paint, but I don't really understand the need of thinning down the paint. If that's your only purpose for thinning down the paint, is to be able to use it a bit easier, I don't know. I don't see why you wouldn't just use liquid and be able to work it. It is huge. Yeah, this is my hand. And I have big hands. I'm 6'2", and yeah, this is a large painting. Awesome, thank you. Right now I'm going in with some highlight color, brightening up some areas, sharpening up the edges, making it look a bit more shiny and glossy. The armor anyway. This is a bit loud. There we go. It is huge. Get some of that orange on there. Ginormous painting, yeah. It's pretty cool. This is a commission actually. So a guy reached out and was like, hey man, I'm looking for someone to paint the biggest painting they can for me of Thanos. Just a giant painting. And I was like, I got you. He's like, what's the biggest painting you can do? And I'm like, well, I think my local art store sells a 40 by 60 inch canvas. He's like, awesome. Here's money. So far, it's been about 11 and a half hours of painting, but it took me about a month to make the reference. I made the reference in 3D. Some texture down there. Thank you. Feel free to drop a subscribe if you like the art and you'd like to see more. I upload videos to my YouTube channel and I go live every now and then when I'm working on something that I want to have the whole process recorded somewhere. I think it's really important for artists nowadays with the advances of AI and all that it can do. I think it's really important for artists to record their process. So that's one of the main reasons I'm live streaming most of my paintings nowadays, especially big ones like this, where I'm really trying to push as far as I can. What I want recorded video evidence pretty much of just people having no doubt that I made the artwork. Because a lot of people don't trust anything nowadays, and so yeah, people need video evidence to know that it wasn't AI generated. If there's any artists in the chat right now watching, I would highly encourage you guys to do the same. Having live stream footage especially is one of the best ways to defend yourself against people accusing you of using AI. Because you can't fake this. At least not yet. Get some more texture down there. I want to warm this area up a bit. Let's add some scuff marks in here. Something like that. Let's warm that up. I worked on this piece for a little over 4 hours yesterday. I think it was 4.5 hours. I was definitely tired by the end. bit more of a darker color in here, make those highlights stand out a bit more. Those highlights do not show unless you have a dark color to offset it. And that makes those highlights look a lot better. 3:18 a.m. Yeah, it's 2:19 p.m. here. A little bit different. Where did that Payne's Gray go? Did it fall down? It's right here. The song was annoying me. It kept playing a Facebook notification messenger sound. Like, stop it. Confusing me. Hello, Thanos and what's up? How's it going? Hope you're having a good Saturday. Just working on this armor some more, making it, trying to get it to look a bit more scuffed, beat up. He's been in battle. Just left the farmer's market, not in a coffee shop. Interesting. Not in or Owen. I didn't think that farmers markets are usually in coffee shops. More dimension there. Now in a coffee shop. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, I didn't think that farmers markets were typically in coffee shops. I'm guessing that there's probably some coffee shops around some farmers markets. There'd be some fairly big brush strokes over here. I don't want anything super sharp over here. I want it to be mostly just kind of blurry background stuff. The more blurry I can make it, the better. So that'll take focus off of this stuff and put it onto his face. I love it when you talk about big brush strokes. Yeah. Yeah. Anytime. I'm making some more progress on my proxy deck. That's what I was working on most of the morning, just trying to figure out what I'm doing with it and what I need to do with it. And I'd really like to get that thing finished up soon so I can move on to a new project. Been working on that project for so long. Does that make sense back there? That's the question. Just add something like that. What was my Friday? Yesterday? I pretty much just painted all day. I worked on this for that like 4.5 hours that I streamed. And then I worked on my piece for my class for another like 2 or 3 or 4 hours after that. I didn't live stream that, but it was fun. Made some progress on it. There we go. I don't know if that looks better or not. The shadow was feeling a bit unnatural, but I think I just kind of made it worse. Yeah, after I worked on the paintings, what I do, Shannon was hanging out with a friend last night, and so I was just working on my Life Giver piece until probably, it was like 9 or 10. I just kind of kept working on it. watch Star Trek until like 12. And I slept in before that. So pretty much my whole day was down here just painting, which is fine. That's what I would rather be doing with my time anyway. I don't know. Shadow isn't quite straight. I should have just left it. It looked pretty good before. Do I ever dream about my work in progress? I don't think so. I definitely think about it a lot. If I'm out driving around, all I can think about is like, I know what I need to do to fix that painting, and I know how to make it look better. There we go. Just straightening that line out helped a bit. Bet I could add some more highlight to some of these other ones, kind of like this one. Just like a few areas. Not really in the reference, but I could probably improvise something. I really like this bright yellow spot, but too much of that is gonna kind of kill it. Too much of that yellow spot will ruin everything. If I do this, it needs to be subtle. Something like that. some extra little bright spots here and there. I don't know about that. Just a little spot here. Definitely looks more like scuffed up now. Just don't want it to be too distracting. Tall people things. Like get the thing out of the cupboard. That was my mom's favorite thing. Aaron, I need your towel. I need you to reach something in the cupboard for me. Change the light bulbs, look for cobwebs, inspect the roof. Yeah. Yep, sounds about normal. that one up down there. But at 2 a.m. falls asleep at 5, woke up at 8 and 11. Yeah, that's a fun time. Lately I've been staying up until like, it's been like 1 or 2 a.m. lately. Been falling back into my League of Legends habits. I've been playing the like mobile one, the Wild Rift game, and so I've been playing that on my iPad, and I've just been getting really into it, and I'll play that until like 1 or 2 a.m. lately, and just play it until I feel like I'm getting tired enough to fall asleep, and then that usually makes me sleep in until like 9 or 10 or 11 sometimes. Haven't been even getting out of bed until like 10:30 lately. Sick painting, thank you. We're working on making his armor look battle damaged. Just scuffing up the armor a bit. I don't want it to be too sharp though. Just blur some of those out. Looks pretty good. All work stress normally seem okay. Just acquired some things might help though. Nice. Yeah, I'm definitely not like, I'm not stressed about stuff. I'm just the lack of conventions to go to right now I think is making me bored, because I don't have anything to like, I just have my projects to work on, and so I just, normally with conventions I would have something to keep me like excited and occupied, and I don't know, I think the lack of conventions is causing me to just get more lazy and just work on stuff that I don't, or do stuff that I don't necessarily need to be doing, like playing League of Legends. I don't need to be playing League. It's probably the last thing I need. I don't really have anything else to do. Art stuff. And League is fun. And it gives me my little dopamine hits. And the alternative when I'm just chilling in the evening is I just scroll through my phone. I'm like, well, at least if I'm playing League, that's something to occupy my time with, and it's not doom scrolling. I just hate doom scrolling. And when I've spent all day working on art, you know, usually when I'm on my phone and at night, like I'll be like looking at other art to try to, you know, get new ideas, and but when like I've kind of spent all day just focusing on painting, and so I'm like, well, I don't really need to focus on that right now. Just do something fun for me. Yeah, off the doom scrolling. I don't want to doom scroll. It's not the thing that I want to be doing. think what I'd really like to be doing is playing like an RPG or something. But this League, it's like, especially the Wild Rift version, the mobile one, it's so quick. Like a game can only take like 15 minutes usually on average, which is super fast compared to like the PC version where you could be on there for like 45 minutes or an hour. Definitely don't want that, which is why I stopped playing League. It's because I would be on there for, one game lasts like 45 minutes to an hour, and sometimes they can be as short as like 20 or 30 minutes. But for the most part, they're really long, and you never just play one game. Like when you're really into League, you just keep playing. You just play until it's late at night. But at least with like the Wild Rift one, they can be as short as 10 minutes. And so when I'm really tired in the evening, I'll just be like, yeah, I'll just play League. If I was playing like God of War Ragnarok is a game that I've been wanting to play for a long time, and I just never put the time into it. The 2016 one or 2018 one, I know that's not the first one, but I played the PS4 God of War game. I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun, and so I was like, all right, I'll get Ragnarok, and I'll like buy it day one, and I got a PS5, and so like I want to play the game, but I just that like an RPG, I know when I'm into it, I can put like so many hours into it, but I never have the time to put what I need to put into it to really get anything out of it. But I can just jump in for 10 minutes and be like, all right, either that was fun or that wasn't fun, go from there. And usually that ends up being a whole evening of like 10 or 15 of those 20-30 minute games. And so with that time, I could have played an RPG and actually, gotten something out of it and had fun. And I don't know. I used to love playing video games so much. Not really the only games that I ever play are just quick little phone games, I guess. You ever play World of Warcraft? No, I tried in college. He was really into it, and I tried like making the free, like you get like your first 20 levels for free or something. You can play it as like a demo, and then if you're into it, you can keep playing it or whatever. I tried it for like a day. I think it's like nah. I was also playing League of Legends really heavily at the time, at that point too, and so I was like, nah, I'm just gonna keep playing League. All of my college friends played League. That's how I got into it. Was everyone in my dorm was always playing it together, and like if you wanted to chill at the end of a long day of classes, there was usually a couple people in the dorms playing League together, and you could just be like, all right, when you're done with this game, let me know, I'm gonna hop in. They'd be like, cool. And so then you just jump in the next game, and then you'd have a 5-man team going, and it was a good time. But realistically, also what would normally happen is you would just end up playing by yourself every day. friends would play 24/7, couldn't keep up and got left lower level. Yeah. Yeah, that happens with a lot of games. That's a lot of the games I try to play with anyone, is I'll be having fun with it, and then they'll keep playing when I have to go, and I haven't really had that problem since college, because I don't really have any gaming friends anymore. But yeah, back in high school and college, when we would play games together, it would definitely be that, where you just get left behind. Like, really hard. That burnt umber color. Actually really liking that one. I accidentally put some burnt umber on my palette yesterday, and then I've ended up really liking it. Here it is. Just a darker version of burnt sienna. Still a warm brown, but a darker warm brown. Play anything real in 3 months for that, because I my gaming collab, but my dad passed and just haven't been wanting to do it. Yeah, that's understandable. It's really hard to enjoy things when you're just going through a hard time. I'm sure they understand. If they're good friends at all, they'll be waiting for you with open to come back. And if they're good friends, they'll know that it'll take as long as it needs to take. Just going through something like that is awful. Let's see. This color is too dark, or too light, but it needs to be warmer. What's up? Looks fire. Thank you. We're on day 5 of painting this thing. We're a little over 12 hours now. And making pretty good progress. And some little scuff marks down here. The trick is to be random with the brush strokes and not let it make any. Just want the brush to kind of do random stuff. Probably blur these out too, like I did with that. Just Give those a second to set while I do some more down here. From a distance it looks better. When I'm looking at it up close, I'm like, does that even look like what I was going for? I'm gonna need some of the highlight color for the scuff marks over here too. Let's go ahead and switch to that highlight color. That's gonna make this look like the metal is just scuffed all over the place. It's pretty cool. A little bit of variation. My barber didn't buy a print, but blaming him on Google reviews. I saw some orders come through for, I think you said the Chasm Fiend one, so it could have been him. I didn't notice if any were in the Washington area though. I actually had a decent amount of Etsy sales this week. Nice change of pace. My shop has been slow lately. But that's also probably because I just haven't been posting very much. Just been much more focused on making art and practicing new skills than posting, and haven't really had much new stuff to post besides work in progress, and work in progress posts just never do well. So I can't complain too much though. I hope I'm not coming across as whiny. I know I have it way better off than most other artists out there. I cannot complain. I'm doing great. Okay, let's do that blending thing we did over here. Interesting blended texture going. Straight driven and motivated, particularly on the business side. Yeah, there's mostly like Comic-Con vendor friends who've really helped me with that. One friend, Chris, he's awesome. His Instagram is Loft817 if you want to check him out. He's a good friend of mine at conventions. We won't see each other for months at a time. He lives in like Virginia or something, or South Carolina, I can't remember. But we won't see each other for like months at a time. But then when we are at the same convention, we'll just sit there and chat and have a great time. And we're one of the few people either of us know who is willing to like talk numbers with each other, because most people want to stay all like hushity hush about their numbers and about like how much they made and what they did last year. And most people will just be like, I'm up 12% from last year, or I'm down 50% from last year, and they just say like, but this guy, we're just like, yeah, I did 8,400 last year, and now I'm already at 9,200, and it's just really helpful to like hear actual numbers from people, and to have someone who's willing to like talk those actual numbers instead of just like because it's taboo to tell someone how much you made. And so like that alone has helped both of us because both me and Chris make very similar like dollar amounts by the end of the weekend. Like we're very similar sales wise. And we both like we're both good enough salesmen that if it's a good show, we're usually neck and neck in terms of numbers. And then if someone like if he's making more than me, that motivates me to like step up my game, be like, okay, well now I know that I could be doing better if I put a bit more effort into this. And then vice versa, I'm sure. But yeah, he's an awesome dude. Really good artist too. And then there's another guy, Terry Huddleston. He really helped me out near the beginning. Like I went to a convention in Des Moines, Iowa, which was like Des Moines, Iowa it's fairly close by where I live, but it wasn't a good show. It was really a really bad show, and I barely made my booth fee by like it was a Friday, Saturday, Sunday show. I had barely made my booth by Saturday night, and I was just bummed. And Terry was also like he said he was struggling, but every time I would look over at Terry's booth, he was right next to me. Like we were booth neighbors that weekend, and felt like every time I looked over at Terry's booth, I would see him holding his card reader out for someone, and someone was buying like a $400 rolled piece of canvas that he printed out. And I'm like, what is this guy doing? Like, what? How is he able to make so many high dollar sales at this show? Because I was sitting there like I was still doing, this was early on, I was still doing my prints for like $30, I think. And um, prints for $30. And I was just so confused at how like I thought I was doing fairly decent in the convention world. And then I saw Terry over there just every 2 minutes it felt like beep, 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 like someone buying art. And he's like, man, this one's a struggle. I was like, a struggle? You're killing it. And I'm pretty sure dude made like $15,000 by the end of the weekend, whereas I barely made like $1,300, I think. And I was dying. And I was like, Terry, what am I doing wrong here? And like we both had a lot of time to chit chat and hang out that weekend because we were both struggling. And he was like, honestly, dude, do you want my honest opinion? Like, do you want my honest advice? I was like, please, I'm begging you, like, please give me your full like critique, full honest feedback on what I'm doing, how my booth is set up, what I'm doing wrong, what I'm doing right. And he's like, all right, what I would recommend is like up your prices on everything. I'm like, up my prices? I've been thinking about lowering my prices because no one's buying my stuff. And he's like, well, yeah, no one's buying your stuff because you aren't selling them rates that people would respect you for. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, no one's gonna respect you if your most expensive item is $600 for an original oil painting. I think I had a couple originals there with me that weekend. He's like, if your most expensive thing here is a one of a kind original piece and everything else is under $200, like, no one's gonna respect you. No one's gonna see you as like an artist who's worth spending on. because you're not respecting yourself. You're not respecting your art. You're not respecting your own prices. You're treating yourself like you're a low level artist who's just getting into the game. He's like, what you are, but you could be doing is your art's really good. I was like, well, I appreciate that. And he's like, no, like you're seriously, you're way better than what you're selling yourself for. I'm like, okay, well, what should I be selling myself for? He's like, you need to up your canvas prints to like, or no, I had the main thing that I changed that weekend was I had $30 prints, and then I had these big 18 by 28 prints that I was using for a bit. I don't use those anymore, but I had these big 18 by 28 prints, and uh, I was selling them for $50, and so I had $30 prints and $50 prints. And he was like, I think you need to up your prices on those big ones because that's nice. I was like, but it's not selling at 50. Why would someone pay more for it? He's like, I think you should do $100. And I was like, that's crazy. He's like, well then do 80. I'm like, what? I don't get it. Why would I up my rates to 80 if no one's buying it at 40 or at 50? He's like, it's psychology, man. Like people respect art more if you charge more for it. People charge more for your art. And I'm like, I think you're crazy. And he's like, well, how about you try it for a day? Just do it for Sunday. You've really got nothing to lose. You've already barely made any money, so this already isn't gonna be. It's not gonna be a good show for you either way. I was like, yeah, that's completely. And he's like, just try it, just see what happens. And I'm like, I think you're crazy. He's like, and also take down your prices. Like take your signage down. I was like, take my signage down. He's like, yeah, people are just gonna look at the signage and walk away. When you're selling art, you need to sell yourself as much as your art. Like you are the attraction here. You talking about your stuff and being excited about it, that's what's gonna sell it, not the price. It's like once you sell yourself and someone respects you for what you're doing, they're gonna the price is gonna be the least thing they're thinking about when they're thinking about buying your stuff. And I'm like, that I never thought of it that way, but it makes sense, I guess. He's like yeah, you gotta respect your own art. You gotta be able to show it off and be proud of it. And the more you charge for it, the more likely it is that someone's gonna actually want to get it because you're the premium guy now. You're not just the average Joe in here showing off their Halo Master Chief. Like anyone has a Halo Master Chief in here. Like everyone has a fan art of that character. But what you need to do to stand out is be the best one in here and talk about your art like it's the best one in here and treat and like price it like it's the best one in here. Because when they have 1,000 options and people come into Comic-Con with a handful of cash or a pocket full of cash burning a hole in their pocket, they just wanted, like they've been saving up for Comic-Con, they want to come in and spend their money that they've been saving on something fun for them. They're not going to buy the cheapest one there. Some people will, but the one who like the people who bring the money in, those guys want the premium product or whatever. He's like, you need to present yourself as the premium product. I was like, all right, I think you're crazy, but I'll try it. He was like, all right, call me crazy when Sunday comes. So I tried it. I took my price tags down and started just telling people my prices rather than having signage all over the place. And I started just talking about my art in a bit more like a bit more boastfully, I guess, without sounding like I have a big head, but like just talking about it like I respect it more, I guess. And then I upped my prices from 30 to 40, for my posters, and then I upped my prices on my big prints from 50 to 80. And I was like, I don't think this is gonna work at all. And he's like, yeah, just try it. And so I did. And what do you know? Those $80 ones started selling. I sold like 4 of them on Sunday. And I was like, I don't understand. He's like, you don't have to understand. It's psychology, and people just want to buy the premium thing. That's why they buy the Oakleys, and they buy the fancy shoes, and they buy the Gucci bag, and they buy the stuff that they connect with. And so I just started doing that. And so I went from being like the average Joe, because everyone else is selling cheap prints, like cheap floppy paper prints for $25 that they can get printed for like 40 cents each. And I spent a bit more, and I got these really nice, the ones that you have, the nice like sturdy cardstock ones, um, and I charge 40 for them, and I just present them as, hey, I have the premium product. I have these nice. These are fine art prints. These aren't posters. I don't even call them posters. I say, yeah, I have fine art prints. And so when someone's coming to my booth and everyone else in the room has $20 buy one get free or whatever crazy deals going, I do buy 2 get 1 free, but still every sale that I do is usually $80 because $40 each, and then they buy 2 and they get 1 free. And so that, yeah, Terry Huddleston was another very big impact in my business journey, I guess. And he's killing it. Like that dude will make $20,000 before I make 5. And his stuff isn't like, I don't want to diss on Terry or anything, but like his work isn't the best work out there. It's good. Like he definitely puts effort into it. But in terms of like raw skill, he's a fantastic salesman. And that's what I'll say about him the most, is that he's a fantastic salesman. And he's studied the convention game inside and out. He knows exactly what to do in any given situation. He says he doesn't let a customer walk away without buying something if they show interest in his art. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to do that. I feel like people walk away as soon as I start talking to them. But he's like, no, we always do a deal. And he like drops his prices a lot for people too, which I don't like to do that because my stuff costs a lot more than his, and I don't like to drop my prices. I don't like to barter. But his whole thing is like, well, you start high. So he has these canvas prints, and they're not like my canvas prints where they're like sturdy, wrapped around a wooden backing and all that. No, his are just like, he has a home printer that prints canvas prints, and he'll just print them out, and they cost him nothing. But he'll start those. They're like 4 feet long, so they're massive prints. But he'll start those at like $450. But then his whole like business model is that he just will drop the price until the person walks away with it. And so he just keeps lowering the price until they decide to take it, and that makes them feel like they talked him down and they got a good deal. Whereas he's like, yeah, I printed this at my home printer for nothing, and then I just got $250 for it. And then the person that just bought it is like, I just got a $400 canvas print for $250, and I got a free one, because he'll be like, oh, if you buy that one, I'll knock it down to $300 from $450. I'll knock it down to $300, and I'll give you another one for free. So it'll be buy one get one free. And so these people will be like, oh my gosh, this is the best deal in the world. This is amazing. And I don't know how Terry would feel about me giving away all his business secrets right now, but whatever. No one watches these anyway. But yeah, he'll give it away, and people will feel like they got a really good deal. I'm like, you know what? You go, Terry. You do the thing, and you make your money. I won't judge him for it. I really appreciate his hustle. He does some other business practices that I'm not a fan of. Like he'll yell to people across the vendor hall and be like if he sees a Kingpin cosplayer or something, he'll be like, "Hey, Kingpin, come here. Hey, yeah, Kingpin, come here. I got a painting of you." And he'll like call them over to his booth and show them the painting and be like, "Now this is special for you. Instead of $450, I'm gonna do $350 since you're in cosplay." And he'll like yell across the whole room to get them to come over. And even if they're like, the thing that people don't like about that is if that cosplayer was at another booth, like he'll like pull them away from someone else's booth. So like they might have been just about to, like another vendor might have just been about to make a sale, but he'll call them over and pretty much steal the sale. And so that's not super kosher. The general respectful thing is that you don't talk to a customer unless they're looking at your booth. And so he's pissed off a lot of people by doing that. Which I've never seen him do that. At least I've never had him do that around me. But I have a lot of friends who have been neighbors with him, and they say it just ruins the whole weekend because anyone talking to them, as soon as he notices them, he'll just yell out, and then my friend will lose the sale. And QR codes and stuff on the back is a nice touch. Prints definitely feel premium. Full package with an insert and everything. Yeah. I've tried real hard to make my physical product as nice as I can make it as well. And I think that definitely has helped my business by quite a bit. I can't remember who I got that idea from, putting the QR code on the back. Oh, it was Zach. Yeah. His name is The Geek Space on Instagram. If you want to check him out, we talk shop all the time. Me and Zach do. He's another friend of mine who we will share numbers with, like give each other super honest feedback, and yeah, he's awesome. But he's the one who actually hooked me up with my printer that I use now. Those nice sturdy 16-point prints. Those are from his local print shop. He's like, "Well, I'm pretty sure my local print shop also ships." And I was like, "Okay. Yeah, send me their link. I'm gonna check this out." So he sent me the link, and that's who I've been using for. Well, it turns out that my print guy was actually getting. My print guy was getting his prints from Zach's local print shop. So my print guy was scamming me. Turns out me and Zach were using the same print shop, and he was just like, "I'm noticing a lot of overlapping information here. I think we might have the same print guy." I was like, "Is it Dean?" And he was like, "Who's Dean?" I was like, "Well, that's who I get my prints from." He's like, "I don't know anyone named Dean." I'm like, "Yeah, it's the exact same paper. They ship it in the exact same. They have the exact same pricing, except Dean was charging 60% more, but everything added up." terms of like the different products and what stuff and what services we could get. He was just straight up just drop shipping my prints from this other print shop. And I felt super scammed. But now I know the truth. Push that back a little bit. I don't know what's going on over here. Did I just not paint that? Is it still just all flat acrylic? I think it is. The dark red color. There's some paint spray in there to cool it down. That just looks like pure glare in the camera. Yep, Thanos. Like you said, Thor should have gone for the head. Blur that out down there. And we're getting close. This is starting to look pretty polished. I'm liking all the kind of scuffed up textures we're getting down here in the armor. It's looking pretty nice. I wonder if I just started swinging some thin down paint to this, what it would look like. don't know if the style would be too different. In there. You talk to yourself when painting, not streaming? Maybe. I don't know. Usually if I'm not streaming and I'm painting, I'll just kind of sit in silence. The talking to myself is pretty much, that's just me trying to give you guys something to watch and listen to. If I'm streaming and I have nothing to talk about, I'll just start talking because I know it's not fun to watch a stream just sitting there in silence. So I'm always trying to think of something to say or something to talk about. I know nobody wants to sit there and watch a silent streamer. At least that's how I feel when I'm watching the streamers. I'm like, why would anyone watch someone just sit in silence? Yep, you probably, yeah. I have some friends who say they do always do when they talk because it's their inner dialogue with the art. This guy just says no. No what? You say no to? Oh, yes, maybe. Congratulations, well done. Thank you. I'm very curious about that no. What are you saying no about? When will I wear wigs? Probably when I need one. I don't know. I have a Bob Ross wig somewhere that I sometimes throw on if I'm making a funny video where it's like a dialogue with myself as another character. I used to make those sometimes back when I was posting on TikTok a lot. I do it in reference. I'm sure I've seen it. I'm not remembering what the context of that was. That is looking pretty solid. I feel like these up here are looking a little too clean. Need some more texture to them. Looks a little better. Has to be during television person starts asking weird questions. Oh yeah, I seen that one. They were like tricking him. He thought he was in an interview with someone, and it turned out to be Dom and Billy just messing with him. Yeah, that was hilarious. And when Elijah finally found out, he just came out and started cussing him out. Just like, screw you guys. Sick, thank you. Yeah, just absolutely disgusting. Trying to add some more texture. Lighting is very nice, thank you. Oh, actually, and some. Because I heard Franklin bark, so. He's upset about something. Yep, Franklin's mad about something. Jenny! Can you come give me some brutally honest constructive criticism?
Yeah, hang on. Did you say fairly honest?
Brutally honest.
Oh, brutally honest.
I just need to know, because I feel like I'm getting close with the armor and the portrait and everything. Just tell me what looks off, what looks...
The entire painting is the subject that I'm brutally honesting?
Yeah, just what do you think?
I think that the places with the armor could be pushed way further. You just have paint for paint's sake over here, like it's just gray for some reason. Up here, it's like you have these solid colors that just, to me, it's not giving lifelike.
Paint for paint's sake, where...
I'm right. Like you just have globs of gray.
Oh.
There's no
plan on darken that up.
It feels like there's not a lot of detail. Even the detail I see in here, I'm not really seeing translated to here.
I'm mainly focusing right here and trying to like blur those.
No, it's all up close. This is your whole subject. Like, this is so big, you can't just blur.
I should be able to at least blur those
also,
edges.
The background looks so unfinished.
I haven't even started on the background.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, I'm not. It's not even close to done, in my opinion.
That's it? Just not close to done?
I don't think so. Also, your helmet on the top left of like his skin, why is it that shade of purple there? Does that actually belong there? No, it doesn't.
Needs to be a bit more pink, I guess.
Yeah, there's something not
I was
quite
just
right
pushing the
about it.
blues since it was in shadow.
But it doesn't. I don't know. It's just not. I don't think it's dark enough. To me, like the metal is not giving metal. Like my brain knows it's metal because obviously that's what it would be, but that's not the texture that I see. Like when I'm looking at it, it doesn't automatically scream, oh, great highlights, great shadows. The dinks don't have like. You need to look up and not just use this reference. You need to look up metal as an example and with helmets and show what the dinks look like because they have shape. You just smashed your brush in there. They have shape and form of their own.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I do think the face is a lot closer than the rest of it is.
Nice. I like the eyes. The like 3 different colors of blue in there.
Yeah, I think that works pretty well.
Sparkle and shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll get back to it. Thank you.
I'm leaving this open for fun.
Look forward to part 10. Exactly. Metal for brushstrokes for brushstrokes' sake. So maybe if I put little dents like in spots where I put the other brushstrokes, it'll make those brushstrokes be there for a reason. Might need a smaller brush for that. Both his presents are, you know. She used some of the verbiage and some of the terminology that he uses in the criticisms, like brushstroke for brushstroke's sake. You need reasons for the brushstrokes to be there. They need to be working for you versus working against you and stuff like that. I'll have to talk about brushstrokes then too. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be, you know. Trying to have a lot more intention about the paint that I'm putting down. And like, okay, why am I putting it down? What is the purpose? Where does it need to go? All right. I like some of those like scratchy vibes. That's good. I like this up here. I kind of want to try and do more stuff like that. This little spot looks really cool. It looks like it's kind of dented in. I don't think it could pop out and add so much story. Exactly. So what I'm trying to do here is try and figure out where I can add like these little sharp highlights and where I can add shadows to those and I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of directions I could go with it. Just warm that up a little. feel like I could spend like a whole week doing little details like this. Look better stamina. Ugh. I hardly have any, so not a whole lot. Most of the drive for this piece right now is that I want to do such a good job that the client comes back and asks for another one. That's my goal here. Is I want to really nail this one. And I want him to be like, all right, that was literally the best piece of art I've ever seen. I want him to be like, that's literally the best piece of artwork I've ever seen, and I want to hire you to do like 4 more pieces. And that's something that he mentioned. Like when I talked to him in Salt Lake, he was like, yeah, I would like to. It's like, I've got some other pieces in mind too. I'm like, all right. See how this goes. What are you doing, Frank? I don't like that sound you're making. It says, I'm gonna chew on my loudest bone right next to you as loudly as I can. Hi, can I be mod? Well, that's an earned. That is an earned trait, and that is for my close friends and people who have been around for a really long time that I feel like I can trust. So that is not given out freely. You're a very good person. Nice. You're subbing. I appreciate that. Well, it's great to hear that you feel like you're a very good person. Amazing. Thank you. Appreciate you. What are we at? Over almost 2 hours. You're not good. I subscribe to a philosophy and a worldview that most people are born inherently bad, and it takes a lot of effort to overcome our evil nature. It takes a lot of great effort. Not to quote Parthenax from Skyrim, but is it better to be born good or to overcome your evil nature through great effort? I will happily be anyone's friend who enjoy being around and enjoy each other's company. So friendship is also earned through two mutual parties who enjoy each other's company, enjoy being around. So nice dark orange color. Some people go Bible, others go Skyrim. Yep. Well, this guy came in and he said, "Can I be mod?" was like the first thing he said, and I was like, "Well, that's something that is earned. And that's a role that I give to people that I trust and that I can feel like I can trust to give my moderator privileges to." And they said, "Well, trust me, I'm a very good person." And I said, "Well, that's great. I'm glad you feel that way." And I said, I feel like I subscribe to a belief that most people are." And he said, are you a good person or a bad person?" I was like, "Well, I believe that people are born bad and that you have to work really hard to learn how to be a good person. That we have inherently evil nature. So I think me, along with most other people, have evil nature. So I wouldn't really claim to be a good person because I know that I still have a lot of growing to do as a person and a lot of learning how to be a good person. And that's a lifelong process. Art is good, very good. Probably took hours. Yeah, just the painting process alone on this piece, I'm at like 13-ish hours painting, but it took me like another probably 20 or 30 hours to make the reference, which the reference is over here. It's 3D. I sculpted and modeled it in 3D. And I'm using it as reference to make the painting. This is a commission. This one's prepaid. Guy just wanted a really big, epic painting of Thanos. And I said, "I got you, dude." Then I asked my wife to come in and give me some honest feedback, and she gave me some good, honest feedback, and now I'm trying to see how I can implement some of those ideas. So we're just working on little tiny details right now. Had old planning on his forehead. What does that mean? Old planning. Ooh, that looks kind of cool. Like a big old dent up there. The Planning Commission did not sign off on it. But I got all those highlights in there. Now I need to add some shadows back in. Try to get some interesting shapes going on. You're a big dent. Oh, my heart. Oh, you got me. Going back in and adding some shadows into these highlights. This is where having some better knowledge on Substance Painter would have been really handy, because I could have had all this on the reference and would have been a lot better. Next time. Because everyone is born like the same machine with their environment and what they see, watch, advice, they consume. This is who they really are, and that's how some people become good and bad. Yeah. Yep, that definitely, environmental factors definitely have an impact on how a person turns out to be. Can either have really good influences that help people become outstandingly good people, or you can have bad influences that make it really hard for a person to make better choices and have more reason to put effort into learning how to do better in life. And yeah, definitely a lot of factors. Change ourselves when we release ourselves fully. think it's a process. It's a learning, growing process. For me personally, this is just my personal experience and my personal beliefs. So I'm not trying to push my beliefs on anyone. This is just how I personally feel. I feel like I'm personally a Christian, I'm religious, and so I think that when I gave my life to God and I said, okay, I can't on my own be a good person, right? I can't do I can't do anything right on my own. I can try over and over again, and I can have every intention to be the best possible version of myself that I can possibly think about being, but I'll always end up failing. I'll always end up messing it up. I always make a mistake. But the reason I believe in God is because it's the only religion in that, like, there's 1,000 religions out there, right? There's always the question of like, well, how do you know that like the one you believe is the right one if there's 1,000 out there? There's only one religion out there that says no matter how many times you mess up and no matter how many times you try to be a good person and you fail again and again and again, that God's not going to deny us our souls or whatever. God's not going to not let us into eternal salvation or whatever, because a lot of religions revolve around the afterlife, right? It's like, oh, where do you go when you die? And so, in Christianity, you have heaven, and we don't know exactly what that looks like. All we know is that it's eternal, living forever, eternal salvation. Does that mean it's going to be on another planet or in another plane of existence? Who knows? But what we do have in Scripture is that it says no matter how many times you F up, again and again and again, that we still have our salvation as long as we believe in God and believe that He took our sins for us. And sin is just another way of like, oh, being a good person or a bad person. It's just a lingo, a word that means like missing the mark or whatever. So that's why I personally believe that everyone is born with evil nature. And that lines up with the Bible, that lines up with the world. There's bad people everywhere when given freedom of choice and freedom of everything, free will. People often choose a really negative route. Like a lot of people end up choosing a lifestyle that it's not healthy for anyone. It's not healthy for the person. It's not healthy for the people they're around. And that lines up with Scripture as well. It's helping anyone that don't have any problem. Just want everyone to be happy in their life. Yeah. That's great. I think so too. And I would love for more people to understand like the freedom that I feel in believing in God, but I'm not gonna like pressure someone to take my beliefs or whatever. Because I definitely feel like believing in God has helped my life a lot. Because there is aspects of it that like go hand in hand with being a good person and helping people out and being charitable. Like it's all very like biblical values to have. These like being a good person type of things. And I think that's helped me a lot. And because all that stuff comes with learning what it means to be saved and be redeemed and not have to worry about, you know, constantly trying to be a good person and messing up again and again. And it's like one of the main reasons I believe it. It's because every time I try and do it on my own, every time I try and be a good person, every time I try and do the right thing, there's always going to be moments where I don't. And if there was any other religion out there that said that, okay, you can do it, that, or that like you don't have to do it, like because every other religion out there says that like you have to try really hard to be a good person. You have to like it's all like works. It's all like I can do this thing and earn this, like earn salvation or something. Like if I do enough things, I'll get to heaven by being a good enough person. And that just sounds stressful. If that were the case, and I had to like try really hard to be a good enough person to be let into heaven or something, it wouldn't work. Because I'm always gonna screw up and I'm always gonna mess something up, and it's gonna ruin my chances. But because of my belief system, I don't have to worry about that. As long as I know that I'm doing what I believe God's called me to do, and that I believe that God is gonna forgive me no matter what, the being a good person part comes with understanding God. That goes hand in hand. I know I'm just kind of rambling. I'm not a preacher. That's just what I believe. Gives me a lot of peace, a lot of peace of mind. Not have to worry about stuff. Not have to be constantly worrying like, oh crap, did I screw up my chances? Hi, how's it going? Mushroom Arts. Do you do art? Thank you. Have a great day, Rubai. All right. Have fun. People just want to come in, say hi, and dip out. That's okay. Guess I'll take that out. Take that over an empty stream. Just have people stopping and saying hi and dipping out. There we go. More interesting shape. Sorry about the compliments. I'll take it. Man, I really pissed off Instagram. I posted that reel talking about like giving artists compliments and like how how to compliment an artist well, and like, and I made the first video kind of sarcastically, being like, oh, the unskippable cutscene when someone sees you drawing. Oh, how long did it take you to do that? Oh, I could never. I can't even draw a stick figure. I can't even draw a straight line. I can't even draw a circle. I can't do this. I'd never be able to do that. You're so naturally talented. I wish I was born naturally talented. I wish I was born able to do that. And it's like those kind of compliments are like, they're pretty annoying. They get old after a while. And so I made a video kind of making fun of that situation of people just like the self-deprecating talk. Like, that's what's really annoying. The self-deprecating and the like, oh, you're so naturally talented approach. Like, those two things, they get old after a minute. And so I was making fun of that. Man, I really pissed off the internet. The video's over like 200,000 views right now. It's nice. It's the first video I've had do well in a long time. But yeah, people keep commenting like, how miserable of a person do you have to be to get pissed at compliments? And I'm like, I'm not pissed at compliments. I love compliments. Like that, I'll take that any day. Hey, that's a really good painting. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just leave it at that. There's no need for this. I can't even draw a stick figure. I can't even draw a straight line. I can't even draw a circle. I can't do this. I can't do that. I'm like, yes, you can. Yes, you can. Anyone can do that. You're not impressing anyone. You're not like. There's no need for the self-deprecation. There's no need for the barrage of I could nevers. It's pointless. I don't need you to tell me how bad you are to make me feel good, because what it starts to sound like is you're just trying to justify your own lack of skill, when all you can throw at me is I could never. Like, I don't need to hear how bad you are. It just sounds like you're trying to justify it, that you don't have skill. I say you in general as the people getting mad that I made the video. And I'd be like, oh, it's just a compliment. I'm like, no, that's not a compliment. A compliment is, hey, that's a really good piece. Or, wow, I can tell you spent a lot of time and effort on that. Like, that's a compliment. I could never. I can't even draw a straight line. Blah, blah, blah. Like, that's not a compliment. That's a person trying to sound like they need to defend why they feel like they can't do something. And then the naturally talented problem, that's you should try Atomic Habits book. Changes your life. All right. Atomic Habits, what's it about? Tell me about it. Yeah, the naturally talented one. That one gets me, because they're like, oh, wish I was born with skill. I'm like, I was not born with skill. What that does is that tells me that you don't see the amount of time and effort that it took me to be able to do this. That's all that tells me. If you think that I was just born able to do this, I definitely wasn't. It took me years. My first paintings looked like garbage. Someone asked me what my first ever painting was. I remember it. I was 8 years old. It was a gray circle, and it had a little gray line doing this, and it had 4 feet, and I was like, that's an elephant. No, it wasn't good. It looked like garbage because I was 8 and I didn't know how to paint anything. scroll down trying to talk about current trendy topics. I just do what I do. I'm not trying to become a big YouTube streamer. I'm mainly just recording these I'm mainly live streaming because one, it helps me to paint for longer. It helps me to stay focused because I have ADHD and I like to get distracted by things, and I like to get on my phone and scroll when I'm bored. And live streaming helps me to stay focused on the painting at hand and on what I'm doing. And the other reason I try to live stream as much as I can is because AI is so prevalent in the art world right now. Like, everyone is scared of AI. No one trusts anyone anymore because of AI. And uh, I have a lot of followers on other platforms, and people like to try and cancel artists with followers because they get clout for finding someone, get catching someone using AI in their process, or of like AI generating their paintings, pretty much. And so I I live stream for the purpose of having like recorded footage. Hi again, nice painting, thank you. I have recorded footage of me painting all the way through and interacting with the chat, even if there's only one or two people in here. AI doesn't fake that. AI can't fake a streamer interacting with live comments. Like, AI can't say like, "Oh, I see this thing about the painting. All right, we can change that." Just some folks meditation, not thinking nothing but it takes you go under for hours, anything for like 4 or 5 hours straight. Nice. Yep, and by live streaming, I can paint for 4 and 5 hours straight. How long you spent on that painting so far? We're going up on probably 13 hours. This is day 5 of this painting. But it took me like a month before that to make the reference. I made the reference in Blender. That's that. So I sculpted and modeled it in Blender. I set up the colors and the textures and the lighting. It's like super detailed in there. So that's my reference. Yeah, I've pretty much given up on social media taking me places, because I got pretty big on a couple of platforms really fast. My Instagram blew up really hard. I got up to 180,000 followers on Instagram. I got up to 196,000 followers on TikTok. I have 88,000, or I think it's 86,000 now. But in the last like 6-8 months, most of the algorithms have gotten just garbage, and I actually lose more followers than I gain nowadays, because the algorithms are constantly like purging bot accounts and fake and inactive accounts and stuff like that. And so I'm gaining new followers, but I'm losing more followers than I gain. So I had on Instagram, I had 180 something, and now I have like 166,000, which is fine. I'm not complaining about having 166,000 followers, but yeah, nothing new is happening anymore. I'm not gaining any. I'm not making online sales like I used to. 9 people are engaged. Yeah. Yep. And I try to talk as much as I can. I just, when I'm painting for 4 hours, it's not like a video game where I can be like talking about what's happening in the video game and giving a bunch of live commentary. It's like, all right, now I'm painting details, and that's why I try to get you guys talking. That's why I try to get people talking about stuff, and then I can be like, yes, I know stuff about that. I'm gonna talk about religion and philosophy and beliefs. Sure, I'll do a little spiel about what I believe and why I believe it, and then if someone has something they want to share, then they can share that, and then I'll respond to that, and we can have a conversation. But AI deserves to get regulated by the federal government. I 100% agree. I 100% agree. I will argue that any day. I made a t-shirt. Support human artists. It's a front-facing camera, so it's reversed. But if anyone wants one of those, they're on my Etsy, $25. I wear this shirt at conventions now. I'm a full-time convention artist. That's why I don't worry about social media anymore, because I've found my place in conventions. So I go to Comic-Cons all the time. I do really well there. More money than I ever made on social media when my social media was doing well. It was awesome. But now I do good at Comic-Cons. Which pants are this? What paints are these? The paints are oils. It's oil paint. I'm wearing cargo pants though. If you want to know about my pants too, I can tell you about my pants. The cargo pants, they have pockets all along the sides so I can put all my stuff. I'm guessing you were talking about the paints though. Who am I wearing? Oh my. Oh my. Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to rely on social media to bring me my income anymore. It was exhausting. It was exhausting. It was fun when it worked well. It doesn't really work well anymore. Yeah, those side pieces are definitely looking nicer. These metal things. A bit too smooth. I kind of want them to be more like sharp edged. They're like too rounded right now. And that's because that's how I sculpted them, or that's how I modeled them, because I'm bad at hard surface modeling, and so these side things ended up looking really round. Anything I can do with the dark paint to make them look less round? Well, I've got dark paint on my brush. I can bring this down. Make that sharper. Probably redo those. And I can put highlight on these to make those look a lot more sharp and in focus. Hi, how's it going? You love painting? Nice. What kind of painting do you like to do? What's your favorite thing to paint? Nice dark lines in here. You like sketching? Nice. I like sketching too. I do a lot of my sketching digitally though. He sure did. Bob Ross taught me a lot of what I know. That's how I started painting. Just following Bob Ross videos. Nice. You're not good with painting? I didn't used to be. It's good, thank you. Bob made her into a fierce businessman. I'd say Bob made me into a... He inspired me to be a good painter, and then UPS turned me into a good businessman. Like subs, thank you, appreciate you. My time at UPS, I think, is what made me a fierce businessman. Was not wanting to work anymore because I hate working and I didn't want to do it. Sharpening up some of these lines. Everyone hates working. I agree, especially creative people. I think creative people hate working the most because we know what we want to be doing. We know what we wish we could be doing. Instead, we gotta be out there doing something that we don't want to be doing. For me, it was manual labor. I did not like it. I was working for a landscaping company, and then I worked for UPS for a lot of years. He likes his job. A lot of people have found jobs that they do really well in, and that is awesome. But yeah, especially creative people, they just want to be doing something else with their time. Yeah. I don't think we could control AI. It's like when computers introduced first time, people start protest about this because they think a computer will take away their job. Now look, computers everywhere. I think the only artists who will remain in the art environment will be those who use AI as their personal assistants, not as their enemy. You know, if it was just as a personal assistant, maybe. Personally, I feel like the people who are gonna survive the AI takeover, because you're right, companies and AI is controlled by, well, AI right now is controlled by billionaires. It's controlled by the rich. The rich control the economy. The rich control what is advertised. The rich control what is invested in. So yes, I think that it is. I don't think it's going anywhere because the rich people don't want it to go anywhere. The rich people want it to be bigger and better, and so that's what it's going to be. The average consumer, however, no one actually likes AI. Like, people like ChatGPT. People like the quick, easy stuff it can do. People like being able to. What do people like? I mean, I like the text, the speech to text in CapCut. That's about the only the only AI I like. I like being able to make a video and record a voiceover and then hit speech to text. And then the AI analyzes my video and it tells the phone to make text off of my voiceover. But what I see happening, this is just me personally, I see people getting fed up with AI in terms of like AI generated images and crap like that. No one likes AI generated images. They might get a chuckle like Logan Paul's beating up a nun. I don't know, stupid crap like that. Like that's the stuff that gets a chuckle and then they move on. No one likes seeing AI stuff in a professional art setting. I've never heard of someone, besides a rich famous person, I've never heard of someone looking at a tech company that would be able to create that impossibility, right? No, I really don't think anyone out there is like, oh yes, I love AI generated images. I would 1000% rather spend my money on an AI generated painting versus having an artist who spent their life learning how to paint. Like people always tell me, like the haters online, keep watching videos. Thank you. And I see your comment. I'm sure one day you'll be famous. Thank you. I already am famous, by the way. I'm just playing. No, no. Nobody wants AI generated images anyway. There's like AI assistants and stuff like that, and I don't. As long as those are ethically trained, but images, yeah. Just because that's what AI does. It's average from all related data. Yeah, and they all look the same. They all do the same thing. It's pointless. It's useless. It's pointless, and no one is gonna pay. Like no one would want to pay for an AI generated image, whereas most people want art hanging on their walls. Most people like having art hanging on their walls. Most people can still afford having art hanging on their walls. For example, my art is $40. If you want a print, like the original painting is a lot, but if you want a nice print, most people have $40. Anyone can get one of these on my Etsy for $40. So most people have $40. No one wants to pay $40 for an AI generated image. But all right, see ya. So I think that especially the people who have spent their time learning how to paint traditionally, digital artists are going to struggle. Digital artists specifically are going to struggle because everyone is going to see a digital painting and they're going to question the validity of that painting. They're going to question if that piece of artwork is actually created by a person. Because AI can fake time lapses really well. It can fake looking like a digital art. And yeah, digital's gonna animators are gonna sacrifice for it. Yeah, the animators are really gonna struggle. But traditional media, I don't see traditional media going anywhere, especially for the people that have gotten really good at it, because everyone likes traditional media. People love the like stop motion. What's his name? Like Giro I can't remember his name. People love like stop motion animation, stuff like that. People love handmade animation. Like that's never gonna go away. Is people's love for a handmade craft. And so that's why me and a bunch of my fellow painter friends, like, I'm not scared. I'm not scared of Sora AI coming in and taking my job, because my job is to paint a giant freaking Thanos on a 40 by 60 canvas. I think hand-drawn art will have to be immune. Yeah. So AI can't detect poison images so it can make a realistic painting because paintings are made of strokes. Yeah, no, it can't make anything real. It can make something that imitates looking real, but it can't make something that is actually real. And that's why I'm not scared. That's why when someone comes in and says, "Oh, AI's going to take your job," no, it's not. No, it's not. As long as people keep wanting real art, especially traditional artists, we'll be fine. Nobody will buy this. Yeah, nobody would pay their hard-earned money for this crap. There we go. The shadow was throwing me off. Yeah, I could imitate this. It could try its best, but it would never be this. It would never be a hand-painted, one-of-a-kind oil painting. Especially something this massive. Like, you could print something, but nothing's ever gonna be this. Hey, how's it going? So no, I am not worried. I am not concerned. I'm not scared of AI taking my job because I've only gotten bigger and better jobs since AI because people want the real thing. People want to know that their art was actually made by a human. Nobody wants art made by a machine. And some people are like, I prompted it. I'm an artist. No, you're not. No, you're not. Just because I feel bad, I'll buy his piece for 20. Nice. Greetings, you good artist. Thank you. The only thing that I get really pissed about when I'm like talking about AI coming in and if AI prompt makes me an artist and call me Picasso, exactly. If typing in a prompt made me an artist, then giving the McDonald's worker my cheeseburger order makes me a chef, right? I'm the best chef around. I told them exactly how I wanted my McDonald's order, and it came out looking beautiful. I thought AI would come in my life. I think back days after 120 years, still can't believe we're living in the AI era. Yeah, no, it's pretty wild, and there's a lot of concerning things. I think that what we live in is not the AI era. That's not how I would describe what we're in. What we're in is the era of instant gratification. That's what we're in. We're in the age of instant gratification. And everything being developed right now is to give us more instant gratification. More. We just need more. That is what's scary. And that's why AI is doing so well right now. So yes, we are in the AI era, but we are in the era of everything needs to happen right now, exactly like this. And that's why TikTok is still so popular. It's because people want that instant. That's why you guys are swiping through YouTube Shorts right now, or YouTube live streams, whatever. I don't know how you guys find me, but we live in this era of instant gratification. You see something, you like it, you move on. And that's why AI is doing well. And that's why I find it concerning, is because so many people are going to start just needing this instant gratification, and a lot of people are going to stop being artists. That's the part that upsets me. That's the part that is sad to me, is that a lot of people are going to just stop making art because why learn how to make art? Why get really good at something that takes years to get good at when you could just type in a prompt and have your idea on your phone right there. Oh, I'm so deep because I thought of person walking up to a cathedral with bright aurora borealis behind it and a dragon flying in the background. Oh, I'm gonna type that in. V's dash whatever. I haven't used Midjourney in years. The point is, when we have that at our fingertips, when you can type in a ChatGPT, make this image, there's no longer a need for this for the average person. So what's going to happen is artists are going to become rare, like a very rare breed of people who can make something happen without the help of a computer. But that's also why I'm not scared of AI taking my job, because I've built up that skill and I've gotten dang good at it. And I'm gonna be a rare breed. Be a very rare type of human that can make a picture without a prompt. I'm okay with that. It's sad. It's sad that I'm gonna be a rare breed, that there's gonna be very few people actually out there still making real art. That making art 50 years from now is going to still mean typing into a prompt, but I hope that maybe there's some regulation that happens. Because we have flying cars, full phone screens, photo simulations, take it for granted, like splinter-free toilet paper didn't exist 200 years ago. Yeah. Yep. Sad part to me is we have all this stuff and we still have so much homelessness. Healthcare is still unobtainable for most people. We have less jobs. Like, why do we have so many crazy advances, luxury advances, yet we still have hundreds of thousands of people sleeping outside under some newspapers in minus 50-degree weather? That's the questions I ask. That's what I get sad about. So we have all these amazing advances. We have all these crazy technological marvels. Still have people sleeping outside. It sucks. Too bad they're printing quadrillion bills. Yeah. So cool. Thank you. We're still underrated. Thank you. Someday I'm gonna be painting for Marvel officially. I'm gonna be painting Magic the Gathering cards. You'll see me on comic book covers. Manifesting it. I would really have 6K. I don't know, you could give me one more. I have other platforms that have a decent amount. I have 80. You get there. Just keep going. Keep pushing it. That's all you can do. Keep trying. That's pretty cool. Future's really unstable right now. Oh yeah. Alright, have fun. Yep, but all we can do is keep doing our best, and we can sit here and worry about the future. We can stress about it for weeks. Do nothing but stress about it. It's not going to get us anywhere. What I'm choosing to do is invest in myself and just keep going. New dub this year. Oh yeah. Looks like a week of work. It is. Yeah, this is day 5. Day 5 plus a month of making the reference. I sculpted and modeled the reference in Blender in 3D, and texture painting and hard surface modeling, lighting, shadows, all that. The painting is, we're probably coming up on like 15 hours throughout the last week. Yeah, Yoda, what do you do on your YouTube channel? I see you got that check mark. I need some more scratches and dents in these areas of the armor. It's gonna be satisfying. Oh yeah. You do voice dubbing? Nice. That's cool. Yeah, I've only been, was that light painting on? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, I haven't been trying very hard on my YouTube channel. I tried really hard on my TikTok and Instagram and Facebook for a long time, and YouTube just doesn't grow for me. It's very competitive in the painting world, I guess. I'm also not good at making well edited videos. And I know that's an excuse, and it just takes practice. That's what I tell everyone who asks me, how do I get better at painting? I say, practice. And I'm sitting here like, I'm bad at making videos. Yeah, gotta practice. Oh yeah, I was gonna use this dark color to make more scratches down here. Try and like intentionally scrub them around so they look a bit more scratched up. More texture down there. Thinning this down will probably help too. You know, Marvel show them. Oh, if it were that easy. If only it were that easy. Getting noticed by Marvel in a positive way is very, very difficult. Now, getting noticed by their legal team and getting given a cease and desist, that's not hard. I could speedrun that if I wanted. Most fan artists actually try and stay down under the radar. Try not to get caught. Because technically, making fan art is legal, but selling fan art is not legal. So if Marvel decided they wanted to take legal action against me, they absolutely could. If I made a bunch of prints of this and started selling them, which we'll see. But selling the original painting is fine, but selling prints is, they wouldn't like that. My goal is that I can get good enough, paint something as epic as I can, and if they ever saw me, if they ever noticed me, that I would be good enough that they would hire me. That's the goal. So I want to be good enough that instead of giving me a cease and desist, they would say, "Yo, your stuff is dope." Paint some Marvel snap cards, and I'll be like, "Yes." Gonna sleep? All right, have fun. Scuff that up a little bit. I'm talking, yeah, you too. Let's see. This scuffed area looks completely different than that scuffed area. That's a problem. Some more of these. Sub and like, thank you. I like these kind of big long scratches. It looks cool. I just don't want to fall into my problem that I had earlier where they were just brush strokes for the sake of brush strokes. That's what Shannon was saying. This just makes it look a bit more weathered and worn. Like my back. exaggerate some big ones over here. Really nice and dark. I don't want them to be too sharp though. It's a masseuse, nice. Yeah, I spent so much time like just hunched over like this. My back ends up in pain. Pretty much the end of every big painting session is followed by an evening of laying in bed going, I'm dying. These also helped show the form of the metal. Show the roundness of it. Make these shapes like that. I'd show about worth the paint do you think goes into something like this? Oh, I don't know. I really haven't used that much paint. Like, I've used maybe 2 or 3 little dollop refills of this. But I paid $5 for this tube of paint from the used craft store. That's the one I've used the most of. The other, like I've used a little bit of this, haven't refilled that at all. Just put 1 dollop on there. Used a little bit of burnt sienna, but I have like 3 bottles of that. The paint itself isn't really, especially the way I paint with painting really thin and like not just like palette knife layering it on like some artists do. I don't do that. The canvas is expensive, and then the shipping, if I end up needing to ship this piece, that's going to be super expensive. But I would hope that the guy would pay for that. Because when I agreed to paint this, I was under the impression that he lived in Wichita, Wichita is only like an hour or 2 away. More scratches. Hi, how's it going? No. Still think about that guy. Yeah. Keeps me up at night. That one guy. That did look like a big old dent over here. I'll put highlights on it. Get something to reflect off of. Buddy Layton's at a show right now. He's probably calling me. He's getting home as he's leaving. Can't really see that at all. Just trying to use some of these like transparent glazing techniques to try and get some of this darker color on here. Raise that up. I can actually see what we're doing a little bit. This was one area that Shannon pointed out that looked really bad. Sure did say it. That will be a mystery for all of us. Never actually put in the dark area of this thing. Here. Paint's gray. Nice and thinned down. Color crayon. Yeah. Oh, that sounds miserable. Fine art equivalent of crayons. Probably oil pastels. Yeah, there are, like, oil pastels are a thing. They're pretty much just a lot less waxy crayons. Sneeze. Sorry, Frank. Yeah, people make crazy good oil pastel stuff. Just go down. Peace be with you. Let's see. Has to be mostly dark. I feel like this forehead is like one of the more cool, interesting parts of this painting. The focus is supposed to be on the face. I spent so much time rendering this beautiful helmet. We're gonna look at this painting and be like, wow, that's a nice helmet you painted. Any pets damaged or ruined your art? Not that I can think of. I know I think the cats have scratched some art before. I don't think it ruined it. I think we were able to fix it. Now our foster boys threatened to ruin some of our art before. That was scary. And they were being like really, really defiant. They would like be having them in timeout downstairs or something because they did something, and they would get this look. Like one specifically, he would get this look in his eye, and he would just like start looking at us to the art and be like, and we'd be like, dude, don't even think about it. They would have their timeouts downstairs where we have a bunch of paintings hanging on the wall because that's the only place we have for them. And yeah, he would just start looking at the art. I'm like, boy, like he was considering it. He was also 4, so like you can't blame the kid, but yeah, he definitely knew how to get to us. That's for sure. I would have been very. I would have been irked. Go up the eye. One of those boys decided to smash a painting or something. Oh yeah, they knew. They knew what was up. I don't want the shadow to go all the way down because that means I have to do stuff down here. So I'm just gonna make it in there. Lazy painter secrets. Don't want to paint extra of something? Just don't. is looking pretty good. Here's the deepest, darkest secrets. Let's see. A bit of light gray. Just need something to like close that off. Little tiny details make it look better. I was thinking about washing that brush, going to a highlight color, and I was like, wait a minute. Why do I wash the brush when I have so many brushes? I could just leave that brush going. There we go. Just leave that brush dark, and then anytime I need dark paint, you just switch. You just grab another brush. Let's see. Back to a nice highlight color. There's some red in there, some orange. More white. Okay. These shadows. These scratches need some highlights. Something like that. Brighter. More yellow. Little tiny reflections coming off of these scratches. Give them something to bounce off of. Keep painting where the camera's not pointing. Now those scratches look like they actually are going into the metal. Nice. Can't sleep I came back. Awesome. Always welcome back. We're working on painting these scratches in the metal now. Painted some like long lines going up and down. Now I'm just kind of going through and adding little bits of highlight on top of those lines. That makes them look like they're actually like dented into the metal. And the metal is reflecting off of it. It's gonna take a couple layers to fix that. Here we go. All right, thanks for stopping back in. You didn't see nothing. No one saw anything. You didn't see that? Hang on, hold on. It's not the first time that's happened, and it won't be the last. That looks kind of cool over there. There's like all highlights going off. I like that. Kind of both in the shadow and the highlight. In the shadow and the highlight will name your biography. Sounds good. I like it. Had to be someone. Yeah, I hope that wasn't Franklin Allen. That'd be a little weird. There is a dog barking outside, but do I know anything about hand-painted work? Was what someone just messaged me. You often see it in World of Warcraft, League of Legends. Yeah, what are you talking about? What do I know about hand-painted work? Yeah. I'm trying to think of what I'm going to respond to that guy with. Yes, I know about hand-painted work. What are you asking? He backed me into a very strange corner. What do you want to? What do you want to know about it? Like what? Being on the internet is interesting sometimes. You know about hand-painted work. What could that possibly mean? What could it even possibly mean by that? I just don't understand. Sure, there's too much going on in this thing up here. Really don't like the texture that I got. I think scrubbing over it, maybe leaving some of that stuff showing through might be good. Can you even paint? No, not really. Apparently not. Nice peachy red color. I just don't want it to end up looking messy. Shannon wants me to like push the details more, but I'm a bit worried about it starting to look messy if I try to push it too far. At what point do I need to leave well enough alone, you know? If only the face looked as good as the top part of the helmet. Yeah, we should switch focus for a little bit. It's almost 6. Been painting all day. Again. I just want to finish this project, man. That's what I want. Just want to be done. And it is satisfying. There's something different, and then it looks completely changed. Right? You're gonna be like, oh my, what's happening in here? And you're gonna be like, don't worry about it. Is that still a thing? Like, is that still in like Twitch's terms and conditions that you can be mostly naked if you're in a hot tub or something? I remember when that all became a thing, but I didn't stay up to date with anything. If they ended up getting it under control or anything. Looks cool. Thank you. That sounds soggy. The marshmallow. I spent so much time on this nose. The nose looks so like it's like too clean. At a giant booger. Yeah. I'm sure the client would love that. almost too dark. Wiping tears away from Thanos. Yeah. Trying to add those shadows a bit more. I know. That's what I've been thinking, is his nose looks so clean and sharp compared to the rest of his face. Maybe if I give him some, like, I don't know. Give him some damage on his nose. Maybe not that exaggerated, but like, when I had his prescription glasses, yeah. Jude Booker, how's it going? Thanos from Batman. That sounds about right. Now that looks, even just with that looks a lot better. Just roughing it up a bit. Now his nose is a bit more like beat up looking. Little scuff marks in there. I sure did. Let's see. There we go. That looks a bit better. I gotta figure out this. Those really dark blues are throwing it off, like right here. I need some dark color, but that was too dark. Not dark enough. Trying to figure out what am I doing wrong here. That looks so off. No. Can you avoid posting this kind of stuff? Follow real artists so I don't have to look at this kind of what? I just see the notifications come in on my phone sometimes. And I'm like, what is the context of this comment right now? What are you talking about? turned into a pretty romantic evening for me. Nice. Cheese sounds great right now. I think I hear Shannon and Donisha working on some food upstairs. I'm pretty excited. Struggling to open the pepperoni. Worst thing that happened to me so far. Yep. It's amazing. Thank you. Yeah, if that's the worst thing that's happened to you so far today, you must have had a pretty good day. Anytime I'm like setting up at at a convention or something, and I somehow manage to drop something and make a big scene, and everybody's looking, and I always go, hey, it's okay. If this is the worst thing that happens to me today, I'll be just fine. Get to chuckle like 20% of the time. Dogs can't operate an MRI machine, but cats can. But that's a good one. It wasn't the worst thing that happened to him that day. This is looking pretty good. I'm just like, at this point, I'm just like, okay, what else needs to happen? Like, this looks freaking amazing. Guess I could work on the background. Background's definitely gonna take the most amount of paint. Like, that looks pretty freaking good. I feel like my teacher would be impressed. Looks better. It's been hours since I zoomed this far back, looking good. I know. gotta decide. Got some big decisions to make on this background. It's gonna take a lot of paint too. Looks amazing. Thank you. It's been a lot of hours. Lots of hours. I made you guys sit through all of them. Been standing for a lot of it. Hey, good on you. Way to be healthy. I wouldn't even be able to guess. Well, I'm just gonna use my imagination and assume that you've been so freaking productive. I bet you got so much done. Where else needs more detail? Two hours, nice. How long have I been streaming today? It's crazy. I'm streaming for 255 minutes. 255 divided by 60. 4.25. Nice. Alright, hey, you're not supposed to be in here. Get out. Get out, Frank. I did not ask you to come in here. You can be right here, but not in here. Silly pup. Franklin just pushed his way in. Exactly. I locked myself in a cage, and Frank is trying to let himself in. Yeah, that's right, Frank. Know your place. Sitting outside the gate. I don't want to start on the background. I'm scared. I'm scared. Trying to think of how I even want to approach it. I should probably use a big brush. Something like this. That's not that big. I used like a really big fan brush or something. Just kept it really brush strokey, but at least got it the right. Like I actually like how it is right now. It's just feels unfinished. And Shannon didn't like it either. I'd like there to be some kind of. Like there be some kind of gradient. Yeah, fondling it. Yeah, I'd like there to be some kind of gradient around him. In the color study, I did this nice, like, kind of peachy coral. Look how different it looks from the color study. That's the difference between a tiny, quick little 1 hour painting versus a, what are we at? 15? We were at, what did I say? We were at 14 and a half this morning. So we're almost at 19 hours. Oh, you didn't see this? Oh, this was like the first live stream on the Thanos one. This was the practice painting. I made his eyes so close together. That's hilarious. Well, I didn't add enough on the outside over here and over here, and I made them way too small, and so they look like they're so freaking close together. Yeah. His eyes are still pretty small in this, but at least they look natural, I guess. Yeah, I kind of want to do something like this with the light blue to Payne's gray. I think the light blue would probably contrast pretty well with what's on the underpainting and what's on the canvas, the purple and the gold. Do I have any art books in here that would help with this? What does James Gurney say about this? Okay. I mean, this cover's pretty nice. Something that's close. He just does such like beautiful work. Yeah, the front-facing camera is gonna show it looking weird. So good. Dinosaurs. This is a dinosaur painting, or a dinosaur book. Painted the Dinotopia stuff. Indoor electric light. Street and night conditions. I don't even know what mine is. Look at that. This guy's so good. It's kind of a similar, like, yellows, and it's got some purples and pinks up there. Green background. Maybe dark blue and some yellow would make a nice green. He likes the green backgrounds. This one he did a red background. It's got a lot of green in there. He likes his green backgrounds. Frontal lighting. There's that cover one. Nice orange. So good. Apparently anyone that ever meets him is like, they're like, all right, have you ever met James? Or this one thing that Dan Dos Santos was asking in my class. He was like, has anyone ever met James Gurney? And like 2 people said yes. And he was like, what was James doing when you met him? And they were both like, drawing. Refracted light. There's some refracted light on this, I guess. Yeah, apparently he just always has like a sketchbook with him and... Alright, here we go. I'm thinking the color wheel. Yeah, color wheel would say that this needs a green background too. I'm thinking kind of a blue to coral and then just like a little bit of green. You know, kind of like opposite colors. Like this one's all green. Franklin, what you doing? He says my water's empty. I'll get you some water in a little bit. I just want to figure out what color. I should probably stick to my color study, because that's what the purpose of it was anyway. Look at that. Still fire, thank you. Yeah, we're just about done with the face and the armor. Now I'm trying to decide what kind of background I want to do. Making a nice like orangey green background. Something. So good. He hand builds these cities before he starts painting them. Like he builds a maquette, like a sculpture of this stuff before he paints it with like clay and like wood, and builds like little sculptures and models and everything. Sets up the whole scene, adds lighting, and like does photography stuff. Yeah, dude's crazy. Dude is crazy. Oh, nice. Yeah. Very similar to Blender. The character in those guys, like the visual storytelling in that, it's just so cool. Like this guy is some grand lord, and this guy's like a little minion guy, and they're doing something devious. And this little guy is like, yes, whatever you say, my lord. Oh, look at that. Oh, so good. This is the guy I want to be like someday. Different color schemes that look good together. This is kind of yellow ochre. Yes. that. Like he doesn't actually have details. It's all just big brush strokes. Like you look really closely. Like all of that is just brush strokes. Like the face is pretty detailed, but the dinosaur behind her is just these big bold brush strokes. And it looks like detail. Like that's what I want to accomplish when I get really good, is be able to like create these realistic looking creatures with just these big, well planned out brush strokes. That's so cool. Like those color schemes, look at that. That's so good. So freaking good. Here's another book about like painting imaginative realism and stuff like that, and how he like sets up his sculptures and his lighting and all that. And yeah, that book and this book, I just flip through them all the time. Like the complexity of some of these scenes is just crazy. Just bonkers. Okay, I know what I need to do. I need to do it. All right. It is awesome. He actually has a YouTube channel. If you just look up James Gurney, he has a bunch of like outside on plein air paintings on there. Yeah, let's start. Yeah, he's got a whole YouTube channel of really good stuff. So raise this up. Actually see what we're doing. Work on the left side first. My left. I'm gonna need a lot more paint. Hello, how's it going? This step is gonna take quite a bit of paint. Background's gonna be like more costly than the foreground by a lot, or than the figure character. I need some yellow ochre. Yellow ogre. Yeah. Yellow ochre. This will get that nice green coming through just a little bit. What's up? How's it going? Just getting started on the background. Toothpaste? No. White paint all over my yellow ochre. I've been dreading this step for so long. And here's this big fan brush. Also, cleaning a fan brush this big is just annoying. Mix some blue in here. This is actually solid color instead of just transparent. Looks so good, thank you. Just starting on the background. This is gonna be solid color, but you just have to think such a large scale. This looks awesome. Thank you. Yeah, we're not really gonna paint anything specific back there. I want this to be a portrait that's just focused on being a portrait. So I'm not gonna like paint a bunch of buildings or structures or anything like that, or other characters, but just need to kind of narrow it in. Get a nice vignette feel where it's like dark around the edges, but then kind of brightens up around the face. Throw a little bit of red in there. Why not? The annoying part about a canvas this big. Painting the background takes forever. I've been what? Bob Rosas with colors. Tell us what you're mixing. Yeah, I'm using Payne's Gray. What is this? Alizarin Crimson. Cobalt Blue. Liquin. And make big X's. Yes, exactly. There's one artist that's very famous and really, really good. He likes to put things in his paintings that people will argue about, like what was the meaning of including that in his painting. Like he'll paint a lady in space armor, like being sucked out of a spaceship, and then there's like a little orange, just a little orange sitting there in the foreground, just there, and people will be like, what did the orange represent? And he'll be like, just a freaking orange. It means nothing. It's just an orange. So people always like to sit there and argue back and forth about the secret meaning of Donato's paintings, and it's like there's no meaning. Yeah, exactly. Mrs. Arbitrary is drinking coffee. Goodwill Hunting quote. Start mixing up some of that yellow ochre into there. So that green is going to show through a little bit. What's the worst part of painting? Cleaning up afterwards, I guess. I don't know. Running out of paint. Losing your favorite brush. Accidentally breaking your favorite brush. You. Oh. That looks pretty cool. So I'll start from the bottom and go up to the top for this side. This is where we're gonna use up a lot of our Payne's gray. This requires a lot of paint. This color stays down even going to the real one. I know. The real one's gonna be on the side of a friggin' cruise ship. Yeah, this is just a little practice one. It's just starting to look like Thanos. Yeah, we'll get there. I feel like we're getting a little close. The Thanos branded cruise ship seems great. I know. How much food he gets stuck in his chin gills. I know, that would probably be annoying. Let's see, more blue up top or just completely closed in? probably just completely closed in. I need more Payne's Gray again. Are they actually gills? I always thought they were like it was like a beard. It was like a skin beard. Not thinking about what to call them. Chin crease, bone beard. Yeah, I've been calling it his skin beard the whole time. Back up top. As much for everything, yeah. I'm so used to being able to sit and work on the whole piece from start to finish while sitting down. So yeah, it feels weird to have to be up and standing to work on a painting. Cause I got a weak spine, so this isn't comfortable. Hi, how's it going? variation in there. That looks pretty cool. And it's pretty nice. Makes me wonder if I spent this much time and effort on all my pieces, they would all look this good. I hate that bigger paycheck equals more effort, but you know, the good work is where fine people actually spend time doing. Takes time and effort. Thank you. Mask hugs his face, or the mask hugs his skin. Looks so really detailed. Thank you. Bring it back even more. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Looks kind of like the subtle red showing through every now and then. The little brush strokes. Looks really cool. That's nice. I can't see the glare in front of me, so I'm like looking at the camera. Brush some of that glare up. Man, that looks good. I love that. A bit of bright color back there, at least be able to see where it goes. Humans are the most ticklish creatures on Earth. Yeah, that'd be something. I'll let the back kind of fade out and just be really sharp on his face. I don't think I'm gonna sign it and call it good yet. I think I'll probably spend another whole day on it, but I think I'll probably just give it a night and look at it again tomorrow. Yeah, I think I'll look at it again tomorrow and see if I can glaze over anything and if I can make anything else look better. What, Frank? What, Frank? What are you sighing at me for? Yeah, this thing's awesome. I'm so proud of it. Yeah, blending out the edges to leave the focus on his face really brought it to life. It really sharpened up the eyes and nose and mouth. Made the details on the front down here look really cool. Alright, Franklin is mad AF. 1 a.m. Thank you. You're OG. Yep. Perfect. Thanks. I'm not sure if it's quite finished yet. I think I might spend another day on it. Take me down this journey today, bro. Incredible process to behold. Thanks for watching it. I think you win for most hours watched. Unless I have a secret lurker that just doesn't chat and has been here the whole time throughout all the streams. I always have like at least 1 or 2 viewers, so yeah. No, this has been a really fun project. I'm gonna try and download as many of the live streams as my phone will let me and make a time lapse out of it and like talk through it. Yeah, Midas, you've been here for a while. Yeah, this is day 5 on this piece. I think it's gonna need a day 6. This was even part of it too. Sculpture and then 3D printed. Yeah. Never took the supports off the back. Alright guys, it is 7:10 for me now, and I've been down here since like 1. So I'm gonna end the stream and see if I can get some more done on it tomorrow and bring it home. I know at 1 a.m. is late. All right. I'm in now. Bye.